intrusions here. Just noticed that OBS did a disconnect. Got our belts in and all. Go ahead and remove these stoppers. That's going to hold our carriages up. Whole selection of stoppers. Size. Okay. Video keeps stalling for it. Okay. I've seen some drop packets, and OBS did just do a disconnect, reconnect. So hopefully we're back up. I'm running a delay, so hopefully that helps a little bit. And my wife's not here, so I'm not seeing nearly as many drop packets from network. So because we don't have any cable, we actually stream everything here. Yep, I do. I have internet issues, and I really need to just run a hard line up here and run a hard line versus wireless. So we have that. It talks about squaring the gantry, removing the zip ties that we never had in place, and then squaring the gantry. And it says, move the gantry all the way to the front, and then all the way back until it hits the motors on both sides. And then fully tighten the screws on the X-axis. And so we're talking about the M5 screws at the top and on the bottom. So we'll go ahead and, like I said, pushing in the center, just push everything back. We'll go ahead and tighten these down. Yeah, shenanigans. That's what I'm going to wind up doing. I keep talking about it, but I'm in a new build house, so the only option for me for running a hard line is to get up in the attic and run it through the attic. And I'll also have to sorry, I'm just making sure that I've got all of the both sides are down. Yep. Gantry should be square. Appears to be. Well, and so I've upgraded my wireless router, and I've got a 2.4 channel, which all the printers run on, and two 5G channels. And the only thing running on one of those 5G channels is the streaming computer and my laptop. Everything else in the house that doesn't natively ride the 2.4 because it's the home automation stuff is on the other 5G channel. And I get a good bandwidth that way. The only other thing I can try and do is run a hard line from the router in the master bedroom up through the attic and into this room. And then I've got a 24 port gigabit switch that I can plug in and just run, wires here. But it's still, 100 meg connection with Windstream. So that's going to be my limfac, is the run the stream on a 2.4 channel. More stable than the 5G. Well, and wired would be even more stable than that. And I really, really want to do a wired connection. I've just been slacking because I don't want to get up in the attic. Is basically what the issue is. Okay, so we got this set. This appears to be square. It's touching in the back, and both sides are good. Now we're going to run the A and B belt pads. Yeah, I have Windstream. I'm a little out here in the country, so I do have Windstream for my wireless or for my internet. And of course, we don't do cable at all, so we stream everything. So that's where my wife's either on a teleconference call, or if she's watching TV, then yeah. And Windstream, trust me, I would like to get something different than Windstream, but it's the only game in town. It's the only thing I get out. So eventually, I hope that they'll build something out here, or I'll do something else and possibly do a satellite. Maybe do the Elon Musk thing down the road. Who knows? This is what I got for now. So belts, Voron belts, based on the popular 4XY, but they're stacked. Equal belt tension is important to proper function. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to run one belt, cut it, and then use that to measure out the other belt so that the belt paths are the same lengths, and then we'll work from there. And snug these up. I think I may have missed that part, but I'm going to snug these up. Should be good front and back, side to side now. And these connection points were done by the belts. So Royal Nomi, funny you should mention that. I believe I have. I believe I have. So as you know, this is the Dragon Den. My printers, for the most part, are named after dragons. Got black dragon, red dragon, and blue dragon, and green dragon, and with this being a purple and pink build, what? I think I'm going to name this one Fae Dragon. Is an FAE? Fae? I think that's what I'm going to name it. I talked out. Yeah, and that's the thing too, Chew. I really need to talk to them and see if I can get better speed. The problem is the pop that was put out here, there's been a lot more growth and buildup over the last couple of years. And I think that's what it is they just need to get more bandwidth to the pop, and that may require them to do things like, I don't know, um, got distracted here. Did it, did it. Yeah, they say fiber's coming, but like I said, I'm kind of rural, and I know fiber's coming to the city of Sanford proper, but I'm technically considered outside the city limits, so I'm pretty sure that that means it ain't coming to me. Oh, this is good. So we ran it around there, then it comes here. Go This is the part where it turns into fun. Trying to get it around the front eyelid. A good pair of tweezers definitely. So what I'm trying to do is get the belt to go around the front idlers and back into the channel in the extrusion. Seems to be a tad bit difficult to do. Yes. And we got doesn't necessarily go through the extrusion. To the extrusion. Painful. So around. We are through here. Hey, Miss Dragon, how are you? How's the airport treating you? Assuming you're sitting at, well, wait a minute. You were supposed to be at the airport, but you should have been on a plane by now. Your flight delayed by any chance? There we go. Sorry, I'm not so talkative here right at the moment. Belts are always fun. Oh, the only thing I'm still somewhat curious about is how it definitely routes through this front idler. Seems like it goes in front of this belt. Let's go through here. So it goes around that belt. Anyhow, got my length. What I'm going to do is give this a cut. And then pull this back out. And we will use this to get the length of our other belt, get that one cut, and then we'll be able to run our belts. The way I do this is the cut belt is in my right hand. Okay, you had a delay in Raleigh. They had to check the security of the plane, not suspicious at all. You're now in the land of little. Oh, okay. So you're already in Colorado. Okay. Okay, so what I'm going to do is the belt that I just cut the length, I'm going to match up tooth for tooth to the other one, making sure that this one, the first tooth of this, is above the first tooth in the remaining belt. And then I'm just going to line them up and work them straight through my hand, keeping the teeth aligned. Just keep working it out a little bit at a time here. And what that's going to do is make sure that my belts are the exact same length. Because when I get down here to the end, what I'll do is the first valley that I see is where I need to cut the other belt. There's a good deal of excess, but that now gives me two belts that are the same length. I have enough belt here to do like a rook. So we're making some good progress today. We're going to have the belts done, and after we're done with the belts, be able to get going on a couple of other things. I'm going to take this and just set it up on the way. I need to type it fast. Yep, well, just remember, Miss Dragon, drink a lot of water, hydrate the next few days. Go slow. She's back out there in the land of Remurf, where she's at right now. I just realized there's still something up with this belt where it is. There's a lot of slack in this. So I'm going to redo this. why it was feeling weird over on the side as far as trying to get AB belt past the line. Okay. We're done. Okay. That'll be a little bit. And start our belt path routing again. Next one is just getting it past this front idler. Once I can get it past that front idler, it's a lot easier. So I got to ask, Miss Dragon, did you get a Starbucks as soon as you landed, or shortly thereafter? Trying to get this to route around pulley, and then the around the pulley, then the bearing. There we go. There we go. Making progress, folks. Making progress. Okay, that seems to line up. One belt through, the other belt. Mine was insane. Mom is disappointed that you didn't preload my card since your um your Starbucks card. Trying to get around this front pulley, and I keep pulling it. I'll say out of the track of the pulley. Trying to get the front edge of say the Voron belts. Not hard, but sometimes I feel like they're just a little bit harder to route and run. This side, for whatever reason, keeps going into the channel, and it shouldn't be the channel. That'll probably just need to be, as I tighten it, it should pop out of the channel. Okay. Fair enough to start with. Oh, I'm sorry I disappointed. Work on screwing that away later on. Sorry about that, folks, as we're having like a personal conversation. How's everybody else doing today? Everybody else working on? Or are you working on anything? Been lazy Saturday out here with Digital Dragon work. Hey, Tactile 3D, how are you doing today? Painting, painting, print stream room. Oh, okay. Very nice. Stream room's getting a little bit of a facelift. Welcome in, Tactile. We're having fun with belts today. Got our Z-axis belts in pretty easily. Now we're working on our AB belts, which a little bit more. Just trying to get them routed through the front idlers primarily. The rear one's not too bad, but the front idlers have been persnickety and finicky. Okay, Miss Dragon. I don't think I can fill up your card because I don't have access to your Starbucks account. But I'm sure we can figure something out. Okay, so we have our belt basic routed. And what we're going to do is we will be doing tap on this particular printer because, well, I have a tap kit. So what we're going to do real fast is jump over. I'm going to take this and set this down on the ground while I figure out the Voron tap kit and what all we need to do on that. And then we'll bring this back up, work on this a little bit more. That down. We will put this over there. And so how are you doing today, Tactile? Have fun, Miss Dragon. Be safe. Enjoy time out in Colorado with the family. Tell them I said hi. Okay, so burner tap. And the reason we need to look at tap is because the mounting, well, the carriage is different, right? So we could use the standard stealth burner carriage. However, since we're going to run tap, tap's going to tell us to take that carriage off anyhow. So it's a good time to switch over, look at tap, and get tap started and get that built up before we get into mounting the carriage in one page. Kind of the big exploded view of what goes into tap. The description of what tap is. So tap is basically a nozzle-based probing system for those that aren't aware. So you will you'll get rid of the sex bolt or ZN stop and the inductive probe, and you will use your nozzle for all probing movement. Special warning on position. It's 3 millimeters thicker than the stock carriages. Places the tool head. Place the tool head closer to the doors. Okay. Must have the MGN 12 X axis. If you don't, then you have to upgrade. And you wouldn't if you were still running an afterburner versus stealth burner. And you also need to be doing a CW2 because the CW2 mounts from the front instead of from the back. So you're good? Nice, Tactile. Oh, that stinks, Timor. Just clogged the nozzle? That stinks. So also with tap, you're basically using an optical sensor, and this little tab right here at the top is what will trigger the sensor. So definitely critical that we have this aligned right. Kind of how things work in the normal operation. It's basically the light is blocked, and then when the nozzle touches, the carriage will move up just a couple of millimeters. It's just enough to unblock so that the light beams no longer block, and that's what triggers. A couple of different ways to do these. We've got a circuit board. I've got everything printed. There is a mechanical switch option, and there's a wired sensor option and a PCB based sensor. Talks about the bill of materials and everything. And this is the fun part because you do literally have to take the rail off or the carriage off the rail for this. So I will get stuff out here. This is a Fabrico kit. Or excuse me, this is, I believe, this is a honey badger. Well, it's a honey badger rail, I believe. Yes, I think this is a Fabrico kit per se. Okay, so remove the carriage. Do this over a bowl or other containers so you don't lose your balls. Stainless steel bearings. And because this is a honey badger rail, this does come pre-lubricated, so it is fully and nicely lubricated straight from the factory. We're still going to need to do a little bit of cleanup. So I'm going to sit there, and I'm going to just take the rail right off of the carriage. I'm just going to go nice and slow. Back. Well, I know I printed the rail that they tell you to clip in place. And really it holds, it serves to hold the balls in place, to help keep things from falling out. So I'm just going to pull that rail out and do a little cleanup. So when they do these, they do the method where they squirt the EP2 grease in from behind through the hole, so that one hole gets really gunked. So just going to grab one of these and just get some of that excess out of the rail. Clean up the edge of the carriage some. Okay, there we have that. We don't need to cut it because we've already got our rail cut to size. This piece, there is a print in place supports. I have removed all of those on the 3 parts already. Notice this has the little Voron heart next to it. So this is the accent piece, which in my case is the sparkle fluorescent. When we start, we need to install our magnets from the start. And these are the 6x3. They talk about putting a tiny drop of super glue in there before you put them in. Grab the super glue from over here. I don't know if there is much of a drift. Everything I've seen and heard, the kind of a hefty drop. Don't believe there's a clarity requirement on this. So, that magnet in there, push down, and it needs to be seated fully. And so if you need to grab some pliers, use some pliers, and last I use my channel locks here. And there's a little magnetize it. And I can press down in there. Make sure it's fully seated. Grab some excess glue off there. Just reading. Yeah, I'm just trying to make sure because it does look like that magnet was just a tad bit proud of the top. And I'm just trying to make sure that that's good or not. Those are pushed down as far as possible. Without cracking the part. Don't want to crack the part. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. But the question is the drift appreciable enough that there will be an issue? I don't know. We'll see. Okay, next we'll have to put a couple of heat set inserts in here. Check and see if there's, oh yeah, there's going to be a bunch more too. So here. Okay, so close this, move it over to the side, stuff away, and we'll grab the soldering iron and get that out. Be doing some sense. Yeah, so the manual says there will be drift, and that drift was 0.01 millimeters, or what was the drift? provide inserts and everything in here. So point one. I mean, it's not bad. It says to set these flush with the side that they're going through. You don't want to push these all the way through and countersink. What I'm doing here is I'm just using my forceps to just make sure it's nice and flat because it's down there in a groove. Here, so these, my standard trick will get them hot, get them most of the way down there. Use my bench stop to press them and help as a heat sink to cool them out. Yeah, but the other problem with your end stop is you'll cook them over time. I mean, yeah, I mean, they've got a definitive lifetime on the number of clicks, but if you wear out an end stop through their click range, you've been around too long because those things are like billions of clicks, right? But I have heard where you basically cook them and melt them in their housings. Yeah, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Stop trying to reinvent the wheel, type thing. And don't get me wrong, I do like mechanical end stops. In fact, I am seriously debating whether I wire up end stops on this for the X and Y, or if I go sensorless homing. And I know there's a lot of people that frown on sensorless homing, especially on Vorons. But it's more of the fact of because I'm going to do tap on this, and I also have SB 2209 CAN bus set up for this, that I'm going to need to do umbilical. And one of the nice things about doing umbilical is you can get rid of the cable chains on XY, but you can only do that if you you move your end stops. Well, you can move your end stops. So I can put the actual end stop on the back here and just route it up to the CAN bus board and then put a stop piece on the gantry and then do the same thing for the Y. I can relocate the Y end stop itself to the back motor mount and then put a little, swap out one of the pieces on the bottom, and that will hit that piece and basically two in the lower, tops, two in the lower. So yeah, there's a couple of ways I can do it. But I will be going umbilical because I do have that CAN bus and I don't want to try and wire it, I'll say fully, and then rip it out and go CAN bus it down the road. Much rather kind of do it all in one shot. Okay, so we got those two there, and we put magnets in, we've got to put heat sets in these. Going from the side. Close. Push them to get them flush. Very nice. Same thing on the other side. Exactly. Exactly. So I'm going to double check my work. I've got two in the back there. I've got two there, two there. Not an extra one here because I don't have the other piece. I've got inserts in both the magnet folder, and I've got two lower ones here, and then three nut goes in the top there. So I think we're good on heat. Yep, correctly. They're all the way down in there. Those look right. This we'll find out in a little bit, huh? I'm going to go ahead and undo this. By the way, and we're setting this over here to the side, let it cool off so I don't hurt myself. Because I will. Yeah, so that'll be some of the other stuff because I will have to print a couple of mods for that. And I was debating like there's a mod that allows you on the back right hand motor to mount your end stop and then have a, I think it's an NP7 bland fitting. So you can route your wires down that way. Or there was one I saw where you can run your umbilical out the back where your exhaust vent would be. So there's a couple of things I can do. Exactly, shenanigans. And in case you haven't realized, let me go back to this view over here. I don't have a printer building. So there's a bug wheel in the back. This is the D-bot that I'm scavenging some parts off of for the 2.4 build because I actually use the 2.4 bed. This is a new frame. This silver one here is a new frame for a Mercury 1. This is a full scratch built frame that allowed me to enclose it. I've got another rail kit down there for a 1.8. So yeah, I do several builds here on stream, and we'll keep building. Looking for one of these should have the nut in it. And as you can see, we have plenty for heat set inserts that we need. The nice thing about Fabrico is they always give you plenty of extras, so we will have extra screws and stuff. So let's go ahead and add those into the heat set bin there. One of these pressed in here. Actually going to be a nice tight fit, so use a button head screw. And we will pull that into place on the other side. I can use butts. Screw. Back from the nozzle plug land. Glad to have you back. Hey, Edge 3D's back. Working. Try to go slowly and pull that M3 nut down in the part without breaking anything. Screw off. Oh, okay, so I've got Voron D0, Purschased, one ender wire called Red Dragon, another ender wire that's over in the closet right now called Blue Dragon, Prusa Mark 4, three Prusa Mark 3s. Two of them are bears. One of them has an MMU 2S on it. A heavily modified Ender 3, a Bugaboo, a Rook. I have another Prusa that belongs to Westery that I'll take to her. D-Bot's coming down and being scavenged for parts for the 2.4. I've got Baby Belt. And downstairs I have a Ender 5 Plus that's been converted to a 0G Mercury 1 with Hydra. And a Ender 3 Max. Yeah. Yeah, that little baby belt is really neat. And I want to do a an Ender 3 based belt printer. Thanks to our Mr. Edge of 3D there. We keep showing belt printers off. All right. So we got those things set. Next, we're going to take this part and this part. This will be the top edge. This will be the bottom edge that it mates up against, like that. Going to go with two M3 by 20 socket head screw. And these will come in at an angle. That clipper screen. Nice. So far, I only have clipper screen running on the 0G Mercury 1 downstairs. All my other printers pretty much just have either mini 128/64s or like the Creality ones, you're just running the um, stock displays. Really used to give me an interface to if I'm sitting there and I can film it in and stuff. Get these set all the way in so that they won't bump into anything else. Carefully, you don't want to crack or break the parts, but these front screws right here go all the way up into these set inserts. That's the one piece. Now coming through the front here, we need a set of M3x16 socket head cap screws. These go in these top two holes right here, and this is where um, your hot end module will sit on, flip on the, does on the standard stealth printer. These will go in, you'll leave about 2.5 millimeters of space. We said that's for the actual, in my case, Revo hot end module flip on. Hey Steve 3D, how are you doing? Oh wow, you just pre-ordered the Inner 3 Core XY Eval 3D? Nice. Yeah, it was interesting seeing that at Rocky Mountain Rep Rat Fest. I was a little like, really, why would you use an Ender 3 as a base for a Core XY? But it was pretty interesting. Definitely pretty interesting. Now we need 2.5 millimeters of space. Okay. Get that set. Next, we'll mount the optical sensor. Depending on which one you got, will depend on how many screws go in and whether you need to route a cable and all that goodness. we've got a pre-terminated sensor. We'll just need to terminate this end for the plug for the actual stealth burner CAN bus board. It's kind of nice they did that because I can't remember if it's a standard JST or like the JST PH or what would Steve relate to? JST too small? Because they seem to be getting smaller and smaller. Goes on the back side here, and your sensor fits in that pocket. Then you'll put in your 2 screws right there. In this case, we're looking 3x8. Going to dump it out because I'm pretty sure I'm going to have extras. Dump them in over there. Check. These are just going into plastic, so you just want to be careful and don't break down on them too hard. Sure that everything lines up. Snug them down to where you start to feel the change in resistance. Maybe an eighth to a quarter turn more. There you go. Sensors on. I'm going to camera views, drop this down a bit so I can get you guys a little bit closer to the action, but not down while you're on the screen. There we go. You guys a little bit closer to the action. Yeah, there's a lot of things like if all you had was one printer, I wouldn't convert that to the Inner 3/4 XY or anything like that because once again, if you miss something or you need to print a revision of something, take your only printer, right? And that's where I'm kind of stuck because this is my 1 Inner 3. It's heavily modified now. So if I go to do like the inner belt conversion, I'll just go and buy another Inner 3 off of eBay. Use that as a base to do that conversion rather than try and do anything else. Over here to our instructions, we got the sensor in place. Now we put in the 2 M3x6 flathead screws, and these go in at an angle. You need to go slow and make sure that they're just flush, and you really need to make sure that you keep them in that angle because this is what those magnets are going to adhere to. This is kind of a compound angle, so it's not just going like up at an angle, but it's going out as well. You just need to make sure that you follow both of those angles. Just using my fingernail to run over it to see if I'm flat or if I'm just proud. I think I'm still just a tad proud. Surface. So just barely proud of the surface. That wasn't it. Other side. Right up with your two angles. All right. So we're good there. Now back to the front. You need to put in two M3x6 button head screws. A ton of these in here. And these are what, so the top of your hot end is going to lip under these screws. And then these are basically becoming lower bump stops for it to rest on. Going into plastic as well, so be careful that you don't over tighten them and strip them out. But I think, it doesn't say there, but I think they go all the way in, but I'm going to leave them just shy for now. And I will tighten them all the way in when we go to add that part on. If it needs to be, then I'll tighten them all the way in. Yeah, I've got a dual lead screw on mine now, and I'm getting ready. I've got a kit over here to add dual Z linear rail as well. So I'll have dual linear rails on the Y, linear rail on the X, and then linear rails on the back side of the uprights for the Z. Yeah, that's my heavily modified Ender 3. And on top of that, I've got an all metal micro Swiss hot end, a mini Sherpa extruder, a Mike 6 build plate with Canovo heater, the whole 9 yards. So here it says that you can only put these in one direction, but people can get them wrong. But what you're looking for are there's some little nubs right here. This one has two nubs on it. So the two nubs goes in the left side. And the nubs are up and inward facing when you put them in. So it's up and inward facing, which also means that your set inserts will be on the inside of the part. And your one with the one indent goes in the right. It's going to go in, flip, slip. Just looking like tolerance issue on the side. It's a little bit like one side popped in really easy. This side is hanging up just a little bit. I think it might be on the heat set. So let me throw a little more heat on that. That's a minute. Yeah, you can run a belt through there or close loop belt and make it a basically it synchronized the lead screws. So once again, you would run it either all the way up or all the way down, or do the two hand method to make sure your gantry is parallel. Then get them synchronized, and that should keep them in sync. Still doesn't seem to be going in real easily. So I'm just going to lightly um, ever so lightly clean up the edge of this. It seems to be just this little bottom neck corner here. Like I said, I'm going ever so slightly just to take a little bit off to feels like it's like right there in the corner where it's hanging. One side pops out and the other side doesn't. That's what concerns me, because they need to be free moving, because this is what's well, free moving in the sense that you will lock it into place, but you need to be able to move this thing that's made up in it. closer. Like I said, I'm just very lightly working on this, just getting rid of some of the surface texture, really trying to, because you want this to be able to move under its own, because what's going to happen is we'll set this in there, and when we put the carriage on, we're going to loosen the bolts, and this should snap to the back of the carriage, and that's what's going to help us align the carriage to this, right? So that's why we need it to be able to move freely. You know, something down. Hey, subsector, how are you doing today? I think we're pretty close on that. So we'll keep going. If we run into problems, we'll take it apart. West Coast sandwich time. Okay, I'm not 100% sure what that means, but we gotcha. So now it tells us after we get those in, we're going to put in M3 by 10 button head cap screws along with the washer. These are 10s. These are going to go in from the side and into the sets that we had set in here. How's it going, subsector? We are doing good. We've been working on the printer for a little bit. Made some good progress. We've got the belts on it, and it was, if I was doing anything regularly, we would have had the carriage on it already and been working on the stealth burner tool head. But you know me, that's not going to happen. So I got a Voron tap kit that I got at Rocky Mountain. So we're putting that on because this becomes the new carriage that your stealth burner tool head will sit on. So that's what we've been working on. Now we need to take our rail, mount it on here, and there's going to be a very interesting way that this rail mounts, because we're going to have 3 different size screws that go on. We have an M3 by 6, an M3 by 8, and then an M3 by 12. 6, 8, and 12. And on your 12, you're going to add heat set insert in specific directions. So you put the say the smaller edge of the heat set insert up against the head of the bolt, because this is going to act as a spacer. And this will actually basically turn into your end stop for that rail to keep the rail from coming up under the weight of the tool head. Get this put on. Yep. And so we'll start off by putting the 8 in the middle. I'm not going to tighten it all the way down. I'm just going to get it a little snug. Then we'll put the 6 in, and the 6 is going to go into the M3 nut that we added. Feels like we didn't get the M3 nut put in place enough, so we'll just grab these and make sure that we get it the rest of the way in. Because the end result is you can't have anything past the back of this piece area, because you're going to have your belts in here behind this piece. So it needs to be flush. It needs to be, make sure everything's seated. So here's our 6. Yeah, lunch. What's for lunch? Good question. I'm gonna need lunch myself sometime. M3 by 12 started. It's not getting started. Because I think I got some gunk in it. I got some plastic swarf in it. So this back part. And clear out some of that plastic. Okay, subsector. Oh yeah, I can imagine. It's 83 degrees right here in North Carolina, so I can only imagine what it's like down in Texas. Um, I want to say there is an option of Z-tilt on Marlin. Six and 8. And the M12 with the spacer. And just like before, we'll tighten the center first. Tighten the 2 ends. That's why I needed the 6 up top, because it's the thin part. 8 comes in right at the, when we get thicker, and 12 comes in, and we use that spacer so that it sits proud, and that's where our carriage will be, basically acts as a carriage install. It talks about the 4 M3x6. That will be to assemble this to the carriage. Then it does also talk about adding an end stop to the back. Running the wires through this channel. I may do that a little bit later. Yeah, I'm probably going to do that just a tad bit later. Let me get this stuff out of the way. Clean up a little bit because I believe what we're going to do next is actually mount this on the printer. Because I'll need to get the printer up here. Get out of the way. Get it. Okay, shenanigans. Take it easy, and we'll see you around. I am so glad we haven't added the bed to this yet, because this sucker's getting heavy. So, see if we can't get our camera set up here so we know what we're doing. Okay. So the next step that we're going to do, it talks about installing either the you can add a magnet right here if you're going to use this as a Hall effect sensor, or you can mount an end stop switch back here and run the wires up to your tool head, which is what I will do. I will probably just do that off stream. I want to try and get the gantry put together. So we will run that off stream, and then I'll pay the price if that's the case for waiting and doing it later. That should still be easy to do. Okay. So we pull our belts through, and once again, we've got the grooves on the back side of this piece to allow those belts to come through. So the belts go around through, and then we'll wrap them around that edge. It'll make sense once we get there. This will let us get our belt officially through. We haven't tightened any of our belts up yet, so just lets us get our belts officially through. And what we'll do is we'll set the belt on the left-hand side to the same distance, and then we'll basically adjust all the slack on the right-hand side. So note to self, these belt channels could be a little bit, not note to self, but note to Voron belt channel. Nice. Probably a little bit of wiggle room. tooth off at the very end. That would help get it in there. Or works. Cut 2 teeth off. At least in there enough that I get a hold of it, pull it the rest through. So, not sure if you can see what I'm trying to do, but basically these belts loop back around and there's another gap hole in the front. You see over here on the right hand picture where it comes back through and you can. Problem is it's a very, very, very channel. Can't seem to get enough belt come through that I can hold of, pull it through. What I'm going to do is I'm going to cut like 3 or 4 belt teeth. That will allow me to get that belt pulled through. Grip it with pliers or something. I cut these long anyhow, so should still be good. There we go. Rough getting through there. All righty. All right, Tactile, thanks much. Are you on Jerry's stream then, or are you, I guess you're normally on Jerry's stream. May catch you all over there a little bit later. So I'm just cutting like 4 teeth off to get the belt through there enough that I can fit, pull some of it through. Go. Thumbs. Need to route these belts through as well. I can start pulling those tight. I wanted the left side to be the same, so that when I pull the excess through on the right, then I've got plenty of teeth and stuff that I compare and contrast to. Make sure I'm getting somewhat equal tension across the two belts. Doing is just cutting the actual tooth of, to be left with a semi-flat surface. Squeeze through the printed part. Belt channels are nice and tight. Hey, DB3D Dan, how are you doing, my friend? We are working on our 2.4. We got our belt pass run for well, we got our motors installed on the Z and the A and the B. We got our belt path run. And what I'm trying to do is get the belts themselves prepped a little bit to go on the Voron tap carriage, because I have a tap kit. So I figure, okay, I'll go ahead and put tap on the 2.4. And I'm also going to put an SB2209 on here. So if I run an XY in stop, I'm going to relocate them off of the gantry edge down here. And I'll build that mod in basically where I relocate the Y in stop to the back motor mount here. And then the X in stop will go on the carriage and feed up into the CAN bus tool board. What I'm doing here is I'm just cutting 4 teeth off of the belt, because the tap carriage, as you can see in the right picture, the belts have to kind of go in through the back, and then you loop them around and across in the front. So I'm just trying to get some belt that is easier to push through that looped front area, so I can get a hold of it, be able to pull on it, tighten these up. Nice, Stevie Dan. Printing roses for all the ladies. Yeah, Mrs. Dragon was on a little bit earlier. She just got to Denver not too long ago. You know, she flew out to see her mom for a little bit. She's out there now. Almost get the feeling like there's something stuck in there. Feel like it. Great idea, but in the butt. Implementation. So how you been doing other than working on roses there, TV 3D Dan? You feeling good? Yeah. Okay. So we've got the left side about the same. We need to pull and tighten the right side up some. See if you tear. Oh, and that part just broke. That wasn't nice. That wasn't nice. sure that my belts are tracking right and true and are in their bearing slots. This one needs in chat what I do with my tweezers. Left front belt seems to have jumped the idler on the outer edge. So what I'm trying to do is fix that. Yeah, on the actual extrusion. Dan, do you have a Voron 2.4? Trying to think through this problem. The belt is stuck on the extruder in the channel. To think through of a way that I can get this belt out of the channel without racking and messing everything up. Sorry, folks. I know I'm not talking a lot, but I'm trying to think through this problem here of how do I loosen up the what I need to do is move this idler just a little bit because I've got the um, belt is caught in the edge of the channel. So I need to get the belt um, moved off. Or the I need to see if I can't rotate something here to get the idler some space so I can get the belt out of that channel. Appreciate it, Cherry. guess now what I'm going to do is just try and take the belt out and completely rerun the belt. I think we're back there. Now I need to go I see you there, Dan. I think I got that squared away. Yes. Now back in its right channel. Now we will put a top 3x6 screws. We'll mount the 3x6 will mount the carriage. 3x6 button head screws. So those carriage installed. Now that we have 2 of the belts run. Should be able to tighten the other side. Inside down, we've got all the way forward. What I'm going to do right now is the standard zip tie trick. These for the side that we broke the tab on. I'll work on that, possibly reprinting it and stream. Zip tie that down. Bottom one, we need to continue to pull tight. Hopefully without breaking it too. Maybe not. Apparently it won't let me carry jump. Oh, that's about as tight as I'll get. So tensions. Ready to break it in again. carriage mounted. Need to start helping. I know how you feel, Scott. Okay. Good. Our tensions are way off because, like I said, this one belt I can't seem to get to pull through and pull tight. So I'll work with that a little bit off screen. I'm trying to get those tensioned well. Yep, so I know where they're at. And next up for this would be setting our carriage back on there. And still haven't found the printed part. I believe I have it here. Did have one of the spare carriage slides. What did I do with it? And that's right, that is an MGN9 seam. Let's still do this. Just like that. Carriage is on. Really. Please do not do that at home. Make sure you print out the little piece so you don't inadvertently lose your carriage or a lot of bearings while you're trying to stick a carriage on there. that on there. Next up would be to mount front plate to that carry or to the plate there. We go back to M4, excuse me, 4 M3 by 6 button head cap screws and M3 washers. I understand it is imperative that you use those washers, and if you do not, you may have issues because you may tighten it down too far on the carriage and mess up the carriage. And I don't know if you guys heard that audible click. That was the magnets clicking onto the actual backplate. Screws that we, flush head screws, where those magnets attached to. Okay. You have excess belt, you can tuck it in to like that. And then what I'll do is I'll just cut the length off. And once again, like I said, that bottom belt isn't tensioned as tight. So I'll work on that screen and then cut the. Then you would start mounting your stealth burner stuff. So now I'm going to say we're good with the carriage and we will start the stealth burner. And since Scott's back, we do a quasi rearrangement here. Let me see if I can get this in frame. I've got sitting on the feet. They're not the right feet, but I just wanted to get them on some feet. But how is this looking, Scott? Yeah, I put this in and everything just lined up beautifully. Everything is nice and square. And it was one of those things, I put it together, and as I put it together, I did add a couple of additional blind nuts in here, the blind joints. But yeah, everything just lines up beautifully, and everything was square right out of the gate. So that one, I've got some stuff, but a lot of stuff will come in Tuesday. Once I start getting that stuff, I'll be able to start that build project. I think I have everything printed for that one. So, on to Stealth Burner. Remember, this is my tap wire. Oh yeah, I can't wait to get it put together. Like I said, I'm waiting for some additional parts to come in, and I really need those the new files for the feet. Whenever Turtle Crawler gets around to it, or if you have copies of them, that'd be great. Okay, cleaned off. We are going to switch gears and go over to Stealth Burner. And so I believe I ran through here and did all of the heat inserts off screen. So I should have all the heat inserts already there. There's a few things we're not going to use, like the carriage, because we went with tap. So we're not going to use the carriage. We're not going to use the piece for the probe, because we're going to use a different probe. That door, these pieces. We probably won't need the cable chains either, because I think we're going to go a different route on those. There we are. Because I'm probably going to run an umbilical just back to the back right motor, which would be what, the A motor, right? Back right's the A motor. So yeah, you just put clipper screen on both yours. I've got a on my Mercury downstairs, the 5 Plus. I'm running a Big Tree Tech HDMI 7 display with clipper screen. And I think the 7 works better on that 5 Plus just because it's so much real estate, right? So oh, you put the power inlet in the actual foot versus the skirt? Okay. All righty. So I got you guys back down on the bench. And let's go ahead. Like I said, I'm pretty sure I got all of the heat set inserts in place. Wasn't going to do those because I'm going to use a different style cable chain, I believe, or an umbilical. Either that, there's two things. I can either use one of those and a clip that'll hold the, kind of basically give you strain relief on the connector, or there's a couple other things we can do. These are all extra screws from TAP, or at least so far. I'm going to need in its yeah, I've got the switch or the switch up front, light in the back. I mean the one in the back. Yeah, you're running the HTM5. Okay, this is contact gears, bearings. Uh-oh. We have an issue. I had to try and spit the bed out. That was bad. All right, we'll come back to that. We need our gears. The belt's going good, shenanigans. I did have an issue with one of the belts, and I may need to, yeah, I don't know if I want to reprint it or worst comes to worst, I do have a version in purple that I could go with. Basically, on one of them, I broke this little tab right here. The belt comes around the back, up, down, and through. These are pretty fragile. And then the other side, I just can't seem to get the belt pulled through. So we'll see. We'll see. So I need the here. Let's see. Here, and before I anything like that, my Mobilex, and we'll throw a little bit of Mobilex EP2 in there. What I do is I'll get my bearings down in there. I'll just squirt a bunch of Mobilex down in there. Take my pen and run it through, holding the backside. And I'll start to push stuff in and out. I'm just packing those bearings. Off of the then that'll drop down big gear for the big satisfying click. Here we go. Blues. I just put a little, like a very, very light amount on the actual gear itself that'll mesh with the Frontech gear. Yeah, the build's going good, shenanigans. We've been making some progress. We got the one piece that I'll fix there off stream, and we're just continuing to go, and we'll build the stuff printer. Here and see if there's anything that I keep printing while we keep working here. We've got that. Spring tension arm. Yes, guy. I have no problem doing the legs the way you did it. Just gonna need some feet soon. We're just putting our spring on there. I'm gonna put a little tension on it. I think it talks about it. But you can see what I'm doing now. Okay. Yep. Just working my way through the build. And this is all original Bondtech gear, so I shouldn't have any issues with the links and stuff. I don't know why they put a tiny, teeny, set screw in with that. This will need the two bearings. You want to make sure that the bearings fit on the shaft without any issues. They should be a snug fit, but they shouldn't like have any resistance or have to really press. And this rear one, you want to make sure that the shaft does not stick up proud of that bearing. Because if it does, it'll rub on the motor when you mount the motor. And this is good. If you get a non-Bondtech gear set off of Ollie or Amazon or whatever, really got to look at that, and you may have to sand that shaft down on the back. So we need to press in the bearing. One will go here. That. Next one's going to go in the middle here. This one's kind of a pain in the patukas because you have to get it down in there and it never really sits flush. And then you got to figure out how to push it down in there. There we go. Now it calls for a M3x6 flathead screw here. So You have 3x6 flathead screws in here. And what this is kind of like a stop that will prevent you from putting too much tension on for like TPU and stuff like that. You're putting that right in the heat set that you set right on the side here. It actually does say to put some thread locker on that, so we will do that. Okay. Right hand 1606BA. Yeah, can you, are those in the files? Because I know the standard feet won't work with the frame. It's teeny, 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 tiny screw. That screw, same thing, just the wisp of thread locker. You don't want that backing out on your extruder because then you'll chase under extrusion issues and it'll drive you bad. Trying to figure out what's happening. Okay, and on your shaft, it slides down with the big gear end towards it. Make sure you're lined up on your flat. We need to look for a distance here. So it says to look for a distance from the face of the gear to about 15.6 millimeters. A little over 16, so I need to drop down a millimeter. That's pretty close, close enough that we can work it once we get to getting all the gears lined up. We will have a chance to readjust this a little bit later. It does say make sure you put thread locker on that drive gear. You will have problems. Now we set this in the back plate. And now's a good time to just make sure that you've got clearance all the way around and that it sits up just a little bit in that, so it sits up just a tad bit proud of the printed part. You're going to take this piece, and there are keys in the printed part where that would line up in your front bearing will line up as well. So get those in and just gently press it together. So your shaft should line up in that bearing. And these printed parts right here key together. Okay. So we've got that. We're going to put in 2 M3 by 25 screws. Not seeing M3 by 25s there, but I got some, so we'll grab some of those. Two M3 by 25s, and it's the top left. Kind of the bottom right here. Those will go into. Tighten these up, but not over tighten. May have some plastic fell in this thread. That's why I'm threading it from each side. Clear out any plastic, right? What's that? You want to be careful because you can't over tighten this. You just want to get it. Same problem with this one too, or plastic. Okay, and now what you're going to do is you're going to make sure that your gear lined up with the filament channel. Okay, and one of the ways you can do that is you just grab a piece of filament. To the rescue. You can just take a bit of filament hold top, so you can just run it right through the top, down in, Just make sure that it's going to line up. Everything's lining up. Should be good. Everything appears to be lining up. Well, that's exactly what it's telling you, is insert filament in there. Make sure it lines up. Check for clearance to make sure that you've got some clearance, that your gear has a little bit of clearance between the back plate so it's not grinding on anything. Now we're going to take our tension arm assembly this way. Tension arm is going to come in from this side, and it's going to slip it in place. Shuttle slips into this groove here, so it goes right in there. It should just slip right in. Just slip right. Doesn't, it may just be that you tighten one of these screws too much and it's just too tight. Gear mesh line. Okay, so we've got that placed in. We're going to do another M3 by 25 screw to hold that in. You're going to tighten the bolt, but you're not going to really ugga-dugga it down. Just basically want it to be snug because that will, it's the pivot point for this piece is what we're getting. As long as that bolt head clears the surface, because there's going to be another piece that's right in front of it, it should be plenty good and still allow everything to rotate nicely. We got good movement there. And now we're going to take the latch, and that's just going to sit right in on the top. Line up with its rear hole back. It's another M5. Goes through this second hole. And just where the head of the screw clears the printed part, because you're going to have a piece that's going to sit right up against it. And it will right into the back there, got a pivot. Is what clicks and holds your tension arm in place, so now you're locked onto your tension is probably. Tension knob. Turning the knob, screw clockwise increases, counterclockwise will do that. We'll undo it. and that anti-squish thingamajig is what will loosen it. So, plus, check the grade gear, blah. Yes, and that anti-mesh thingamajig is what will um, kind of hold you off from really cranking down on things. Okay. Now we will add the NEMA 17 motor, excuse me, NEMA 14 motor, which came in our motor package from LDO Motors. We're going to need an M3 by 30. I believe I've got M3 by 30. That's for second head cap screw. It actually does say thingamajig. It is, yep. There's a little bit of humor in the guys. So this is going to mount onto the back here. And the bolt comes in through the top. So that's where your motor needs to line up. Now, you want your wires coming out from the top. Try to line that up so that I can screw that in. Don't crank it down just yet because you want to be able to pivot the motor some to set your your mesh with the teeth. If it's too tight, it's going to bind. If it's not tight enough, then you're going to tear your gears up. So you want it just so it sits in there and you got a little bit of play. That's how you lock this next screw down. This is a 3x8 socket head cap screw. 3x8. There we go. Good 3x8. And we need one of our washers. And that's going to fall down kind of in that little oval area. Because once again, it allows you to pivot it. Like I said, you'll get your screw starting to bite through that access hole. Now it'll tell you to set your gear meshing, and what you're wanting to do is rotate this motor down and around where you've got just a little bit of play. So the gear should have a slight play. It should be not be fully tight against the pinion. Kind of like where it's at right there. Then you'll just tighten it down. Want to go back and tighten the other screw as well. Okay. There's the top portion. Now you would add your thingamajig, your chain anchor. And I've got to figure out which chain anchor I'm going to do. So I can add this later. Cable cover, open the latch. There should be an M3x16 screw that'll come through the back here. And this is going to be socket head M3x6. This is going to be for the wire door. Put your screw on there. Thread it through the hole. And it's going to come out right here. And like I said, that's what your door goes on. You're going to grab your door. The cut piece goes towards the screw. And you're going to screw this right in. It's going to go directly into the plastic. I'm going to try and keep it as straight as you can when you do this. Tighten it right until the door comes into contact with the printed part. Because that is acting like the hinge. You don't want it to be too floppy. You don't want it to be super crazy tight either. Feel like you're setting the reveal on your car door or something. Yep. And then you're going to put an M3x6 on the side. That's a head cap screw. That's going to hold the door closed. As you're printing. We will open and close this a few times as we go in and do the as we add like the full headboard and stuff like that. Why these heads feel like Okay, that's done. Go ahead and close our latch. This is done. Next up, we'll start working on our tool head for hot end. It's the ERV, which stands for the Revo. This part over here should also have an ERV on it and have a little notch on it. I have already gone ahead and put in the 4 heat set inserts. And we're going to start with our Revo, which I don't actually have a nozzle in it yet, but there's Revo. How about we put in a nozzle that we just dropped on the ground. We put in a 0.6 obsidian nozzle. Go. Obsidian nozzle on here. Hot end wire routing. When you mount this in here, you will need to route your wire closely up the end. So the Revo is going to sit in a specific way, and your wires need to kind of jog right up and around here. So you do have to bend this metal relief clip. And there's a little hump that you have to run it down and around. So you almost have to bend it down some. Then right at the end, start working up. Just take your time and work on it slowly. You don't want to damage your hot end. But you do want to make sure that things are sitting in there right. Clearing that little nut. Now what we're going to do is we're going to take the front shell and I just kind of grab the wires like that. You know, just scoop the wires in on the side, wrap it over. Everything should line up. You just missed the wires down there. We're going to take 2 M3x16 socket head cap screws and tighten that up. Once again, it's worth making note that you slip down, make sure your wires aren't pinched or anything. Going nicely up that groove. So nice and tight. Next, you'll have 4 M3x8s that come from the top down. And we'll snug them in a crossing pattern. Then we will fold them the rest of the way. Then we need our PTFE tube. So up in here. I tend to use this just as a good way of making sure I have a nice, even, flat piece of PTFE tube. Gives me a nice flat end. Going to PTFE in the part, push it all the way down until it bottoms out on the extruder. And then we'll want to measure up 11 millimeters. That's where we want to cut. So up. Grab a fine tip Sharpie marker. Up 11 millimeters. And make a mark. Now, take this back out. Use my cutting jig again. Line it right on my mark. Cut. Now I have my little piece of PTFE tubing. Now, one thing that I will highly suggest is put a chamfer with a countersink bit, right? Or a deburring bit. And you're just going to chamfer a couple, 3 turns on both sides. Not trying to like hollow it out or anything, but we do want a slight chamfer on here because that's going to make everything move in and out easier. Because remember, as you're putting it in, you want something to help guide it into the tube. Then when you're pulling it, when you're extracting your filament and you've got a little bulb at the end, you don't want it to get stuck and get jammed right at the top of your hot end. So having a slight chamfer like that on both ends will allow your filament to both be inserted easier and exit easier. Just a little bit. And every once in a while, I do like to just double check. Yep. Okay. So with that, done for that piece. set that aside. And we'll grab our actual stealth burner. And there's a couple of pieces in here that we need to remove. I'll grab my knife again. So there's a couple of like print in place supports. You just need to clear these channels out. This one here is more almost like a bridge to keep this little lever in place. And then down here, we have the same things where we have to open these channels for the wires for the stealth burner or the LED. Move those. Okay. Those three pieces were removed. And now we'll get into a little bit of wiring. Now, I will tell you that I created one of these yesterday because quite honestly, I was afraid to actually solder these up on stream. Everything looks to be a good solder joint. Everything's connected well. So should be good to go there. You're just going to have to remember your, well, in fact, what I need to do real fast is let me grab my stealth burner, or not stealth burner, but my tool head board. Because what I want to do is figure out the pin order and make sure I create my pinout correct on here. Because it's all black wire, I don't have any like color coded heat shrink. So what I want to do is make sure that I get my pin set right. So we will do a little bit of wiring real fast here. Ooh, nice, they took some feedback. So in the past, for their DuPont connectors, they originally were shipping them with all single DuPont connectors, which meant that whenever you were doing your connectors, you had to be able to make sure the difference between ground and voltage, which is hard to do when your wires are all black, but a little bit easier. That. And we've got both the pot connectors and the tiny, also super tiny connector. And then we've got a few of the let's say JSTs. These were the JSTs of the microfit connector. What I want to do is try and get these 3 DuPonts on first. So I know in which way they were wired up, and I don't have an issue down. clean up real fast and get rid of some of these excess baggies. Okay. I'm going to grab my crimpers. Yes, we will. At least a couple. Oh yeah, they're like JST PH or even smaller. I'm not even sure what they are. It's crazy. So all I'm going to do is I'm going to look at this board. I'm going to have to trim these. So apparently this might be one of the early boards, and I'm going to have to trim these to see how high these stand up off. So I'm going to have to take some snips and just trim these backs of these pins almost flush so that I don't have issues with it hitting the case of the fan behind it. But what I needed to do was look at the board here, and it's going to mount in this orientation. So the top two connectors are fans. This would be a CAN bus connector if you're extending CAN bus for any reason. The 4 pins right above my finger are for a 4-pin PWM fan. And then the bottom 3 DuPont pins here are for the LEDs. That's what I need to do is just look at the LEDs and figure out what order to put them in which case it's ground, 5-volt, RGB in the middle, which I believe is exactly how these are set up. Off, make sure that I've got the right guys on here. So I did. Okay. Right? Sort of did. Way too much wire up. Way too far up. Right. Now I've got to check. It's not like the very first crimp needing to shorten your wires by good ways. Hopefully you don't get to see a grown man cry today. This one. Let's try that again. This is some leftover left wire from one of my linear wiring harnesses. So good quality stuff. I just need to be able to, I don't know, run my crimps right without running way too much wire to the. Okay, so I want to insert this. My spring clips facing up. Round side. Okay. One more key. Signal. And this FEP wire, the only downside to the FEP wire is it is slick and extremely a pain in the butt to try and strip. Somewhere in there I got an automatic stripper. I've never tried it. That one I got shy and didn't go. You get to see all my failures on stream today. Good thing I have extra DuPont connectors and JST connectors and microfit pins. Signal should go in the and sorry, no color commentary here, guys, but what hot is I am putting a Revo Voron edition hot end on this, and it's got a Obsidian 0.6 nozzle. Well, why not? I've got 4.6s and I've got a 0.4. So who knows? Maybe I'll put a 0.4 on it and swap that out. But this is going to be a 300 size printer, so I figure the larger Obsidian might actually give it some might give it a little bit faster print speed, being able to go with a higher flow rate and all, and that went up too. And these two 3 for 3. First time. No redos, no nothing. I'm going to claim. So once again, help me remember, I pin these out so that you should see the connectors on the top when we put it on the board. There. Figure that out. We'll get into it in a second with fans. Okay, so where are we at? Yep. So got it soldered. Going to take it in the folder. And the logo LED light showing me to do that one first. It always makes sense for me to do it this way. So you take the end wire and it goes into the left. So you make sure that you're find that groove for the board and press it in. Okay, one it. The other side. Similar direction. Banner. Put up. Gently, trying not to hit the wires. Now, time for wire management. So, know that this one needs to go up, so try and get these back behind there first. That channel. Okay. And then these wires need to kind of get put down into this center channel here. So I'm going to try and bend them gently out of the way and into the center channel. Bring that excess up on that side and over here, same thing. These wires do need to be fully down in there, otherwise it won't fit on nicely. You need to make sure that they're all down at that group. I don't like that. Okay. Oh, wow, great. Hold on. Let me go back and look at this. What just happened? Ian Douglas rating with a party of 18. Wow. Okay. Got Chewy with you. Who else? Westbury Wine coming over. Rip Artist. Oh, we're doing dad jokes. Okay. Okay, I didn't want to believe that my dad was stealing from his job as a traffic cop, but when I got home, all the signs were there. Hey, 55 Sunshine, how are you doing? Douglas Bot, awesome. Folks, I'm going to mute the mic and step off screen real fast. Yeah, allergies, so give me 1 second. I am back. Got to run, have a workbench to build today. Okay, cool, Ian. Thanks very much for the raid. Thank you for coming over and bringing your folks with me. We've been working on the Voron 2.4, which is sitting over here. We've got all the belts done. We got the motors installed. We're working on the hot end right now. So thank you for raiding in and bringing everybody along for the ride. Appreciate that. Appreciate it. Okay, so we've got our Clockwork 2, which is the extruder portion of the Voron hot end. Got this all put together and mounted up. Okay, we have our hot end or the tool head portion, and this is a Revo Voron edition. I have put in a 0.6 obsidian nozzle, so this is a hardened nozzle from E3D. Okay, so I've got those two pieces here, and now we're starting to work on the stealth burner cooling section. So this will have a blower fan at the top to provide part cooling and a 4010 fan in the front here that will provide for hot end. And these are LED lights that we'll use to, well, add a cool factor. So this will go in here, and it only goes in one way. Pulling it flush in there. Seems to be the one way. So we're going to take this and insert it down here, and it goes towards the front so that our diffuser will go on the front. Once again, this goes in only one way. goes down in there, and then you have to basically push it down. So I'm going to grab something that I can use to push it down with. Screwdriver. Just going to push it down into its socket there. See that? Push that down. Got it down. There's going to be another piece, and this is the holder for the last LED. Sure, it's fully in there so that the LED light itself is centered in the piece. This will also only go in way. Take that. Push that down. It's going to be a tight fit because you've got a little spring clamp on the side of the part. Once again, you need to make sure that it's seated all the way down in there so that it's out of the way, and the bottom edge here should be nice and that. We're just going to go ahead and route our wire through the wire channel on the side here. Them out of the way. And a lot of times it's easier to try and work one of the three wires at a time. You want to try and get the rest of your wires down in this little cavity here. And this wire, in front of this little snake top. For foot. That's what you're wiring. Okay. Push it back down in there. Everything to stay down so that this mounts nice and flush. And when you tighten your screws, you don't actually catch a wire and pinch a wire, cause a short. Hey, fat boy, how's it going? I didn't see you in there. And guys, unlike our good friend Joseph Prusa, who gives us gummy bears, we don't get anything with the Voron, so I am going to grab a piece of candy real fast to have something to kind of chew on. I've been streaming for quite a while now. shows you route your wires and kind of keep them out of the way. And then we need to remove another piece of put in place support. It's right under here in this area. So you're just going to take your blade, slowly work your way through it. You're working with the layer lines, so it should come off without a problem. And it did. Popped out real easily. This the 4010 hot-end fan, which I did not grab one of those already. Go grab one. Just a second. Not finding them. Not on the side. My apologies. I extended this once before. It will get cut and will be reworked. This is a 24-volt 4010 axial fan. So this will get pressed in, and you've got your little arrows on which way it's going. So those match up. And it's easier if you set this wire side over on this side, so you're not having to route it all the way around. But you will set the top edge of the fan, you'll push that in there, and then just rotate it down. And there are a couple of parts on these wings that will break out when you do that. And then once again, you just take your wire and route it up the channel and out the side with the rest of your wires. So there's that installed. And you do want to be seeing the label from this side. You don't want to see the label this side because that way the air is blowing in. Is this a time warp stream? I don't think so, Kit Skyfire. How are you doing? Hopefully everything's going good. We've been working on our Voron 2.4. We got started, wow, about 10 o'clock my time. So I've been going for almost 7 hours. Once I get the other fan in the tool head, I will most likely be calling it quits. I was thinking about using this honey badger, but there's a part of me that doesn't want to crack open the honey badger. But I will. Does it say Baby Belt Tuesday? It shouldn't. I'm looking at it, and you're right, it does. 1 second. Let me see if I can change. I know I changed it. Thank you for pointing that out, Kit Skyfire. Like I said, I've been running for 7 hours and never noticed that the title was incorrect. I seriously apologize. You're just moving the laptop around with you, Westry? That's awesome. That's awesome. Okay, so we got one fan in, the next fan, route the wires accordingly, out and around. And now we have to disassemble our fan. So there are little clips on the side if you can either press fit and push them out, or maybe use a little flat-headed screwdriver. Just want to separate the two halves. There we go. You'll take the one half off. Just set it aside. You're not going to use it. Now what we need to do is cut these ends off. And what I've done in the past is just come in here with my snips and make the cuts as close as I can. Because then you're going to have these other little nub pieces that you need to get rid of. That may be a little difficult. See if I can't just whittle away at it some more with the snips. Really isn't a good way of doing this. Other than, of course, sanding it and taking a Dremel and grinding it. Just want to make sure that you don't damage the fan itself when you're trying to cut this housing down. I'm just going to try and get as much of the bulk off as I can. That will reduce the amount of sanding that I need to do. Yep, this is the 2-wire fan. Yep. This is the high static pressure dual ball bearing 24-volt fan. Could work just fine. If not, I know I've got a pile of Winstons. And I never knew there was 2 different versions. To clean up the bulk of my mess because I know there was a piece that just shot behind me and one that shot over by the screen. Pretty sure I'm still going to have to trim on this, but let me just see how close we are to fitting. Yep, I need to see if I can trim to. You do want to be careful with the axial or the fans because of the dual ball bearings. You don't want to be squeezing on them and putting pressure on the inner braces there. It should be good. It's just a matter of getting it in partially, trying to be straight down with it. There we go. And just like that, we've got a Badger fan. Okay, gotcha. Thank you for that, Kid Skyfire. That's good to know. Okay, got that. We got that installed. There's supposed to be two M3x6 flathead screws that we will use to hold the fan in place. Necessarily. Yeah, I guess it's to keep it from chattering. Going into plastics to just snug it up and call it done. Sure you're screwing it. Like we're done. Now it'd be telling us to start prepping the carriage, which we have already done earlier. Because we put on a tap carriage versus the standard self-burner carriage. So let me do a little bit more straightening up. On it. So, folks, with that, I've been going for, like I said, about 7 hours now. I need to grab some food. Really starting to run down. And I also, let me talk and clean up a little bit at the same time. So we're also going to be working on getting some of the one of the parts reprinted because I did have a piece that broke. I don't think it's going to be a big issue based on what I've seen so far, but I do have a belt that isn't as tight as I would like, and I'd really like to tighten that down. All these pins flip shorter. So, but yeah, we're close. We're going to be starting to put stuff onto the printer again. But like I said, I need to fix that one belt and tighten it up a little bit before we get started. So I will leave that for the next stream. And we also have all of our den rails that surprisingly weren't printed before. So I will get these. Well, I won't get them mounted, but I have these ready to be mounted. I am printing off a few other pieces that will be used to mount some things. And then also, there's a few parts that I may need to print off. So we're going to be putting a CAN bus tool head board on this. And when we do that, rather than run through all the cable chains, I'm going to run an umbilical. So what I need to do is find the right parts that I need to print the umbilical mount. Wait for a second. I'm trying to clean up some things here so I can put the printer back up here as I'm talking. Kind of show you what we'll be working through. This stuff out of the way. Over there. Right there. There. Okay. I feel somewhat more organized. So, progress we made on the printer today. We start off, we got in all of our motors, so we installed our 4Z motors, one on each corner, and we also took off the plain aluminum rails that we had and put on these anodized purple rails that we got from Tensor 3D as well. For those of you that haven't been following along, down in the bottom left of your screen is a logo for Tensor 3D. They are the people that are help bring this build to fruition. So I had won a set of Voron 2.4 printed forward parts at Rocky Mountain Rep Rat Fest. And while I was out there, I purchased this frame. This is a set of their B stock frames. So this is the 2.4 frame, and I also picked up a 1.8 frame, or excuse me, a 1.9, a Trident frame. So I will be building a Trident on stream as well. So I worked with Tensor, and they gave me a pretty good discount on everything else that you've seen here, from the motion kit, the linear rails, you know, the belts, the bearings. It's their high-end motion kit. So it's hybrid bearings, stainless steel braces with ceramic bearings. We've got the high temp belts for the 9mm and 6mm belts. We've got their linear rails, which are incredibly smooth action rails. We also got the Fastener kit that we've been using, which is all blacked out stainless steel fasteners. And what else? What else? What else? The panels we got from them as well. So we will have a full set of panels on this in the near future. And the motor kit came from them as well. It is an LDO motor kit, but all that came from Tensor 3D. Now the frame is a B stock frame. I got the frames for a heck of a deal. If they still have them on site, I believe they were $50 on their site. You can do Bang Tensor 3D in chat, and the link to their site will come up. But I've been very, very impressed with all of this so far. The only issue I have had has been, well, just trying to tighten the belt. And that's really on, I'll say, the assemblers thing, which is me. We did install the tap. So I picked up the tap at Rocky Mountain as well. So we do have tap here. Working on that. And what else? We'll be doing the stealth burner with a Voron Revo. We got a 0.6 obsidian nozzle in it. Yeah, we're going to put on the Victory Tech SB2209 two-part tool head board, which will give me a CAN bus to the tool head, which is why I want to print the parts over here. And there's some parts that I can print that will allow me to add a Y end stop here, as well as run my umbilical through it's EN7 gland at this end. I need to figure out which ones I'm going to do for the umbilical, but the umbilical will come from the tool head, go up, come down, go through here, and then route down, come back up, and go through the cable chain at the back of the bed. Right. So that's the plan for this build. As you can see, I have not put the bed in yet. Normally you would, but with flipping it upside down and moving it around, a lot easier not having a big bed on here just yet. So I will be adding the bed on soon after we get our tool head on. And I will work off stream to fix the belts. Get that tension up. Hey, Kevin RS76, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Yep, and I'm going to try and find somebody to raid out to this evening. Let me see where we're at. And switch it over. Please hang with me as we find somebody to raid into and go raid out and show them the same love that you showed me when you all came in and joined me today, either through one or more of the raids, or if you've been here all day, that's great. There's an undermount rear cable chain mod you might consider if going can. Okay. I've also seen ones that come out the exhaust area if you're not going to run the rear exhaust. There's a blank panel that goes in here that you can run your PTFE tube and your umbilical out the back. So I thought about that, but since I do feel like I'm going to be printing ABS with this, I probably will put the, well, I don't know. I may still put the blanking plate back here and run it straight from the back, because I may have a tool changer that's sitting on top of this, and we'll probably do a Nevermore version 5 for the bottom. So, yeah, we'll see. I'm still thinking my way through it, and apparently I'm going to have to think my way through it a lot over this week before next weekend. Tuesday, we're going to go back. I did get some more parts, so we're going to try and finish the baby belt. We should be close to just working on the software side of things on the baby belt. The other thing is I have another build that may be starting soon. It all depends on timing of parts coming in. So I may actually be running 3 different builds. We'll have 2 different builds going on, and Tuesdays will be like the baby belts and maybe some things on the ender tree in the background over here. So we'll see. We'll see. I'm still thinking through how to do that, because a couple of these builds, the 2.4, I've already told Tensor I will take this to Murph and put signage up for them. They will not be in attendance, but they are a small husband and wife team based in Colorado. And I just want to do what I can to bring more vendors to the party for us, because the more vendors we have to the party, the better off we are, the more options we have down the road. I've also got the Trident that I was talking about, and I have a scratch build frame Mercury 1.1 build going on. So we've got a lot going on. Folks, I see that Jerry 3DHP is out there. I do want to raid into Jerry and the folks that may be with him today. Let me see who all he may have with him. So he's got Zakis, Pastor Printer, Liam, and Matt Gordon, who's Tactile. Anyhow, we're going to go ahead and I'm going to raid on over into Jerry 3DHP. And like I said, please come with me, everybody, as we go over there. Show him some love. Hang out with them. They're showing off some of their latest resin prints right now. They have a good chat on Saturdays. Thank you so much, everybody.